Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Erica and Chris, an unexpected duo of sorts. So welcome to Lauren Phillips' Celebration of Life. I don't think anybody here is quite ready for this. And we're all in shock and in disbelief. But I did take my mom's advice, and she said make sure you bring some hankies with you. So I apologize in advance, because you're just going to see a big guy up here crying half the day probably. But I think there's going to be a couple tears out in the audience today too. I don't know if we should just start with a big cry and just kind of get it out at first, or how we're going to go through and do this, but it's good to see all you guys out there. I know we all love Lauren. She's an amazing person. So, but before we get too far into this, I am going to bring up Lauren's uncle, Gerald. I was going to have a couple things to say here for you. So, hi, Gerald.
Thank you, and thank you for all of y'all to come. I'm Gary Brandt's older brother, and Lauren was a big part of our family. The pictures that are up there, especially when she was young, all the first cousins, which many of them are here today, and those that may be looking in on live streaming, have really fond memories of Lauren. Today we had an opportunity to meet one of Lauren's volunteer foundations that she supported, I Love You Foundation. And that was the best testimony that anybody could give of how Lauren lived her life, how she conducted her life, what was important to her in her life. And that was just real refreshing to all of us that were attending that. I think we ought to be here for a celebration of life. Yes, there will be tears today, but we also need to think about how important Lauren was in each of our lives and the celebration that she presented to us through the years. Lauren was Gary's and Nancy's child, and we cannot, because many of us have not ever lost a child, we cannot relate to that, but we do know that there's a lot of pain there. I would like to take a little bit different twist on things and talk a little bit about her grandparents. Her grandparents, my mother and dad, Nancy's mother and dad, was the greatest generation ever was. And many of you may have had those parents or grandparents in your life. They were the greatest generation. So as I was reflecting on Lauren, why was Lauren the way she was? Why was she such a giving person? Why was she so respectable of all people? Why was she the person she was? Well, we don't have to look very far. It was her grandparents, the greatest generation. She learned that from her grandparents, and she also learned it from her parents. That is her legacy that will be carried on. And we're not here to celebrate the grandparents, we're here to celebrate the life of Lauren. And we need to understand where she got a lot of her qualities or characteristics in her life. We do not understand why Lauren was taken away from us at such a young age. Many of us may say that's unfair, just totally unfair. People that live long lives, that don't do half of what she did in half of her life shouldn't live, and Lauren should have lived a full life. Well, the way I've thought about it and the way I've looked at it, in her 41 years, she did more than many people at my age at 77 have done in their life. So it's not whether the glass is half empty or half full. It's the matter of what you do with what life God gives you on this earth. And she is one that fulfilled her life and compacted into 41 years, and that is refreshing to all of us that she did that. I would like to just give an Old Testament Bible verse, or a few verses that I think can be comforting to all those who believe in God and has a relationship with God. And it's the Lord is my shepherd, Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley and the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. You, rod and your staff, will comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That is, I think, what we have to do and carry on. I'd like to say one more thing about the family, in particular myself, and I think Gary and Nancy as well. The family of Lauren would like to thank you for your incredible love, your prayers, and your support you have shown us through since Lauren has left us. The family and her friends have a new journey ahead. All of you guys have got a new journey ahead of us, and we strive to live out the legacy Lauren left behind. I'd like to say a little prayer if you join me in prayer. Father, we come here as a group with a lot of sorrow this day. We want to honor Lauren, but we also want to reflect what Lauren meant in our lives and how we might continue that legacy forth, that she would want us to do. Lord, we know that Lauren is in your hands, and that we someday, as believers, will be able to join her again for eternity. And we just pray that you provide comfort to the friends, provide comfort to the family, and that you give them peace and a touch of love as Lauren gave each of us. Amen. I think Brent and Nancy are coming up now. So.
Thank you, friends and family, for coming together to celebrate Lauren and her life. Gary and I are grateful for all the love and support that you have given us. And Gary's going to say a few words about our beautiful daughter from both of us.
Well, I'd like to also, of course, welcome everybody here, and maybe talk a little bit about Lauren's life, some of the things you probably know, but some of you maybe did. Lauren was born in Nashua, New Hampshire, and we lived at that time in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, and that's where she spent the first 4 years of her life. She got to experience the northern atmosphere with snow and in a very, very different place. But in 1986, we moved to California. Nancy and Lauren and I drove across country in a big Buick, if you can believe that. What a boat. And we had a good time driving across the country. Of course, we made her stop in Tennessee, which is where I'm from. And, you know, she She went to elementary school in the Valley. We lived in Chatsworth at the time. She went to elementary school in the Valley and had a good upbringing there. And then ultimately she went on to go to middle school at A.E. Wright in Calabasas. And there she's in the seventh grade and saying, okay, I wanted to participate in an after-school activity, okay? She says, I'm going to be in the circus group. So I had an image, well, you're going to be painting up your face, you're going to have a blue ball, you got a red ball on your nose, and you're going to tell bad jokes. No, she said, you don't get it. So all of a sudden we're watching Lauren and she's walking on stilts. She's juggling balls, juggling bowling pins, first 3 balls, then 4 balls, and that's a skill. I have no idea where the skill came from. Certainly not from us. But she saw it and she took off. And of course the other thing she did is, guess what? Hula hoop. She got an A+ in hula hooping. And that's a skill, although, going off to college and getting jobs and things like that sort of got away from her. But all of a sudden, she came back. And in high school, she went to a place called Viewpoint High School out in Calabasas again. And she really excelled there. In her junior year, she played softball, tennis. She played tennis on the boys' tennis team because they didn't have a girls' tennis team. And she excelled. She was a top player there. And but the thing that she really excelled at was cross-country running, as you might see in some of the awards she got are spread around here. And in her junior year, she went to the state championship and finished 12th in the state in her school division. It was quite an achievement. She poured her heart out for this. You've never seen expressions on a person's face. You would think she was having a heart attack. But she just, she put everything she had into it, and she was very good at it. Their senior year, she ultimately went on and played basketball also, as well as maintaining all of her other sports. And she got an award for being the top female athlete in school, and she was also very proud of that. And we were, of course, very proud of her when she did that. She went on, she started college at Pepperdine. That wasn't her thing. Went off to Santa Monica City College, got a little bit better grounded there. And then ultimately, she took off for Boston and spent the last 2 years of her education at Northeastern University, again, a place where she thrived. She ran cross country there and also track. So she was an NCAA athlete, and she loved the camaraderie, and you could imagine with Lauren, the camaraderie of her friends that were on the track team and being with the girls and the winning and the losing and all the agony or the joy in participating in a team sports like that. Got out, got a job, wanted to know, okay, so went back to living in the Valley, but that's not where she wanted to live. She knew where she wanted to live. And where do you think that was? South Bay. She'd tell me about all these wonderful experiences they had, and Taco Tuesdays, and for a working stiff like me, I just never got off on Taco Tuesdays, but she seemed to enjoy that a lot. But she had great joy down here. And I don't know if I really understood it until this event happened. I didn't understand it. I knew she had friends, but I didn't know she had these kind of friends. Who would have ever thought this was going to happen? And when this kind of thing happens, you get rather philosophical. I do anyway. Why does it happen? Why did it happen to Lauren? All right, let's take a breath.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
But it occurred to me, you know, we all come in this life with a blank canvas. And ultimately, when we check out of this life, we finish with an artwork. And I was thinking about, you know, my favorite artist is Monet, and how he would sit down, look at a landscape, start painting the background, and then start finding the things he wanted to highlight and wanted to go on that painting. And so we come in with a blank canvas, except we don't paint, we don't construct ours with paint. It seems to me that our life's canvas is constructed with our relationships and the impacts that we have on the people around us. And instead of using paint, we use bright colors like love, kindness, empathy, respect, forgiveness, joy, and the other good things. And of course, we make those choices of which emotional colors we're going to put on that canvas. We also have the dark colors. We have hate, greed, envy, and shame, amongst others. Those are the colors you don't want to see on the canvas. I look at you and I see lots of bright colors. I can feel it. You're all part of Lauren's masterpiece. And it's just a great joy to see this. So Lauren, as we shepherd your spirit off to the other side, I know your spirit is here. Do you guys feel her spirit?
Yes.
I do. And Lauren, know that the masterpiece that you created will live on with our hearts and minds forever. So, au revoir, mon ami, mon chéri, au revoir. Thank you. Nancy's sister, Jane, Lauren's aunt, has a short poem from Walt Whitman she'd like to read.
Hi, everyone. As it's so emotional. As Gary said, I'm Lauren's Aunt Jane and Nancy's youngest sister. And I was there in the delivery room when she was born in Nashua, New Hampshire many years ago, and we welcomed her back to the Boston area when she went to Northeastern and enjoyed every moment she was there with us. So I just want to read a couple lines from a Walt Whitman poem. As we were sitting together as a family the other day, we saw this and it just resonated in our hearts, so thought we'd share it with you all. How soon, unaccountable, I became tired and sick, till rising and gliding out, I wandered off by myself in the mystical, moist night air, and from time to time looked up in perfect silence at the stars. Lauren, we love you. You'll be in our hearts and forever.
Wow. Thank you, Uncle Gerald and Gary and Nancy and Aunt Jane. It's awesome. So But man, look at those pictures of Lauren. Every shot you see of her is just exuding happiness and positivity. Like, I think I've known her just a little shy of 20 years, and I honestly cannot think of a time when I heard her talking badly about somebody else. Can you? And just not only beautiful inside, but I mean, stunning too. I mean, supermodel, but our supermodel, you know? But never acted like she was that, because she just treated everybody just wonderfully and magically. And it was just such a joy to know somebody that was that happy and that full of life, you know? 41, but I think, you know, knowing Lauren, she operated 2 or 3 times faster than the rest of us. So I think in Lauren years, she's 122, is that right? So that's pretty good because, and the thing you don't see when you look at the pictures, you're like, yes, beautiful, awesome, happy, but extremely intelligent. That girl is so smart. Like, any topic that you could bring up, she's going to know in depth about it. You're like, oh, I wonder what it's like in the Amazon. Well, you know, right now, the Amazon rainfall is probably 52 inches at this point. But, I mean, she knew any topic. I mean, geopolitical, she could probably go toe-to-toe with Henry Kissinger. I mean, and just her ability to find the positive in people, you know. Oh, that Charlie Manson, he's not that bad of a guy. He's a family man. Okay, a little bit of an exaggeration. But that is just so, that's all I can think of. Just as many times as I've hung out with her, which is still never going to be enough. Oh, it's just so much fun, but I just love the fact that she could just get down deep with you in any topic and just surprise you and blow you away. And you're like, I don't even know what I'm talking about. This girl knows everything. So, but yeah, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough. So I'm just trying to think if I have 100 good stories. I'm trying to think, like, the last time that I did get to hang out with Lauren was we have a tradition that me and Claudia and Lauren would go to, here I go, crap, I don't want to cry. Like, we kind of had an annual pilgrimage to the Bill Maher show. So we'd go there for, I think this was our 7th time, was last April. And so first it was just me, Claudia, and Lauren, which was cool. Because I'd be walking down the street with these 2 girls, and people would be looking at me like, who is this guy with these 2 amazing people? And we had the same little restaurant we go to every time, Tironi. It's right down in Burbank there. They play the Italian lessons, like in the bathroom. You're, you know, washing your hands and, you know, prego, precento, you know. So we did that every year. This last year, we got to go with Chris. I think he had a good time. It was fun. And this time, for some reason, they put us front row center. So if you go back and watch that episode, and you can actually go back the last couple of years and see it, and you can see us. We're usually pretty up close, and we know when to turn and look at the camera, right when it sweeps by. But this time, it must be the Chris effect, but they put us front row center. And so I remember us being like, we got to soak this in, because this is never going to happen again. We didn't know it really wasn't going to happen again, you know, so, but I was like, quit crying. Have some fun. So we do have a good lineup of you know, entertainment for you tonight. There's a plethora of delicious food that I believe is ready to go too. But, you know, this is just a girl that has just, I'm just kind of blown away looking at this room, like all the people that she's touched. It's so cool. So let's get somebody else up here that wants to say something. Chris, come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Tough act to follow, of course. But I'm not used to being on stage very often, only on, fortunately, these types of occasions. So I'm going to read a little bit. But I thank everyone for being here and, bringing the spirit for Lauren. We all loved her very much. She had a big impact on all of us. And as we're starting to hear from everybody, sharing their feelings and emotions and how they knew her. And you'll hear some common themes and some of what Joel touched on, I'm going to touch on here, and some maybe a little too much detail. But Chris Kelleher is my name, and started dating Lauren in September of last year. We went to an event that I invited about 4 or 5 people, and she's the only one who said yes. So. But right there, we knew, we could sense something was going on. I thought, at the very least, good friendship's going to start. And then we went out a couple days later and started to blossom, and then quickly turned into a wonderful relationship. And I feel privileged to have dated Lauren. So I loved her. I won't stop loving her, just like many of us here today. Obviously her passing is devastating and a shock, making it difficult for me to put it into words. The profound influence she had on my life, especially over a relatively short period of time. I wanted to start by sharing with you one of my many life experiences with Lauren and her teaching me. First off, as kind of Joel alluded to, I was extremely intellectually attracted to Lauren, and it was right away. I mean, it was just amazing that the intellect she had, and I was fascinated, and any topic I brought up, she seemed to know a little bit or a lot about. So we had many enlightened conversations on so many diverse topics. Of course, during our conversations, many interruptions may often occur, a behavior both Lauren and I shared. We interrupt each other a lot, so I'm working on it. Let's see here. However, we'd often finish each other's sentences, and that occurred within the first 1 to 2 months of our relationship. So it literally shocked me and surprised me that could be possible. During one of our conversations, Lauren shared that she believed I could benefit from having more grace. And I, so after I asked her, what does that mean to you? And she told me, and then I would start to do more and more. I look on my phone and ask Google, and definitions of grace. She would always, don't do that. Do it from your memory. I go, my memory's a little suspect. So in talking to her and stuff, and that really stuck with me because it was something that she had such grace. Let's see. She was right. I definitely needed more grace. And now that she's passed on, I've continued to think about her grace, especially how she embodied it, a characteristic that transcended mere elegance, charm, beauty, and poise, but instead radiates profound inner strength with a luminous presence that touches the lives of all fortunate enough to encounter her. For those who spent time with her at live music or dance events, they'd witness her frolicking through the crowd. She'd walk into a place and she'd literally start dancing through the crowd, and she'd be on the other side of the room seconds later after you got there. And so, in thinking about that, let's see here. I'm going to skip that part. So as we reflect upon Lauren's life, let us remember the ways in which she exemplified grace, both during and after her life. Although grace has many definitions, I'm going to share some that I found, including one was an acronym, and each letter personified the essence of Lauren during her life. G is for generosity, the will to do something more for others, like when Lauren spent hours wrapping Christmas presents with Jesus, I need to meet you, I haven't met you before, for underprivileged children every Christmas. I know she did that for many years. And then R is for respect, the dignity of life and work, like when Lauren proudly introduced me to her parents and the two people she respected most in life, who taught her about love, respect, and integrity. A is action, the mechanism for change, like Lauren's ambition to become a flow artist. That's what she liked to be called. A lot of people say hula hooper. Flow artist is what it is for her. And she embraced that new hobby of hula hooping. C is for compassion, the concern for others, as proven by Lauren's selfless empathy for her hundreds of friends here today. E is energy, the spirit that catalyzes us, which was contagious to everyone around Lauren. Her energy uplifted everyone around her as strangers transformed into friends. So Lauren exuded grace in much of her life and interactions with others. She possessed the remarkable ability to listen, even to me when I am often long-winded, and to understand the struggles and joy of everyone around her. In her presence, I found solace and comfort for her uncanny knack for offering words of encouragement and support, even in my challenging times. Her support gave me strength. She was always ready to lend a helping hand and often a shoulder to lean on. Lauren, you rocked my world in life and in death. In life, by how you led through example, when you practiced self-reflection, taught it to others, and embodied grace. And in death, from a tsunami of grief, love, and community from everyone who crossed your path in such a short lifetime. And why was her life so short? It doesn't seem fair. I'm reminded of some dialogue from the movie, one of my favorite movies, Blade Runner, that carried me throughout my life, and I think it's appropriate here. The life that burns twice as bright burns half as long. One of Lauren's friends and acquaintances' common sentiment to me was that when she arrived, she was akin to a bright light. I heard that over and over again. It was like it was rehearsed, but no, it was just what they knew about Lauren. She had a radiance that permeated the room. Her light illuminated brightly whenever she appeared. She embraced life with an unwavering sense of gratitude, finding beauty in the simple moments. Her unwavering optimism and belief in the inherent goodness of humanity was her guiding light, inspiring us to live with purpose and kindness. As we bid farewell to Lauren, let us carry her legacy of grace within our hearts. May we strive to emulate her compassion, gratitude, and commitment to live in a life full of positive energy. Let her memory serve as a constant reminder that grace is not just a fleeting quality, but a way of being, a way of embracing the world with kindness, dignity, and love. Lauren has left an indelible imprint on our souls, forever reminding us to navigate life's challenges with grace and to cherish every moment with gratitude. May Lauren's spirit of grace continue to inspire and uplift us as we journey forward, forever carrying her light in our hearts. Her memories will be never lost in time, as each of us carries her grace forward, allowing her to live on forever in our mind, in our hearts. I pledge and challenge each of you to embrace what we've been taught and witness the embodiment of grace inspired by Lauren Phillips. I miss her and I love her dearly. Thank you.
Just so you guys know, too, if anybody wants to say something, but you have a fear of public speaking, we can always bring the microphone down here for you, too. So not that that's not public, but...
So I brought him.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to stick to my cue cards because I'm good at karaoke, but this is different for me. My name is Amy. I'm a very close friend of Lauren's for 32 years. I met Lauren in 1990. We met on a hill in Calabasas Park Estates. We were neighbors. We basically, the community was still being built, so They didn't have like fences up, and they were still building houses. So I was standing at the top of the hill, and then Lauren was standing at the bottom on her street. I think it was Reina Court, is that right? And I was on Duvilla Court. And I was like, hi, what's your name? And she's like, I'm Lauren. I'm like, I'm Amy. And that's how we met. And come to find out, we're just a year apart in age, or I guess 10 months apart. So I'm 10 months older. And we just started hanging out that day. I don't know what we did. I can't remember. But it did lead to, do you want to sleep over? Sleep over at my house. So the parents talked, and they said, all right, it's fine. You can. So I think she stayed at my house that night, and we've been friends ever since. So yeah, that's how it started. We spent a lot of time. Let me see what the cue cards say. Okay. Yeah. We'd do things like go to Magic Mountain. We would go to the beach. We would ride our bikes around the neighborhood, play tennis. We had in common that we loved sports too, and music. But she played tennis. I played tennis. I was a cross country and track runner. She was also. And we shared that in common. So we were very active together. And she also was my only friend that snow skied. Which was cool because not a lot of people knew how to ski, and I started skiing when I was a little kid, and so did she. So we went on ski trips together, a couple trips with her family, and they took me to Mammoth, and I think we might have went to Big Bear or maybe to Vail, Colorado, I'm not sure. But we did go on ski trips together.
Big Bear and Vail, Colorado is a big jump.
Well, I went all over. My family took me to Utah and all kinds of places, but with her, I'm trying to think specifically. I know we went to Mammoth a couple times and some other places, but it was really cool that I could share those experiences with her athletically, and we seemed to have a lot in common. She was very intellectual, as Chris and other people mentioned. We used to play a game called like Jeopardy, like on a video game, and she would know all the answers. I'd be like, I don't know. And she'd be like, da, 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 da. She'd know everything. I was like, wow, I need to catch up on some reading here. I don't know the answers. But yeah, she definitely was strong academically and intellectually, and yeah, she was quick, and she loved to have fun. She loved music like I did. We went to probably, a million concerts together, Dave Matthews Band being one of them, as one of her top favorites. We saw Dave Matthews together like 4 or 5 times. I know we went to a Alanis Morissette concert together, I think with Nancy. Yes, that was like one of my first concerts. That was great. We also went to like Led Zeppelin. That was a cover band she liked to go see. And I took her to Brad Paisley in 2019. So we love music. We love, going to see bands. And when she got older, we went to, she lived in Redondo Beach and Manhattan Beach. So we went to different shows all over. I don't know what those bands were called, but they were cool. And we would go and hang out. Yeah, I would say that Lauren is one of my closest friends from when I was a child. And I always kept in touch with her there may have been a year here, a year there that we fell out of touch, but generally we stayed in touch pretty frequently. Oh, yeah. So when she went to school in Northeastern, when she left Pepperdine and then ended up in Northeastern in Boston, she said, come visit me. And I said, I would love to go to Boston. I've never been there. So I flew over there. It was like January of 2003. And I saw Boston. It was 10 degrees outside. It was really cold. And I ended up going to New York for the night to see that as well. That was my first time in New York City. But yeah, I went there, had a great experience. She was doing her cross-country running. And that was really fun. And she finished college there. And then she returned to California. What else was I going to touch on? Let's see. So the last few years, we kind of made it a tradition, like for her birthday, which is June 17th, coming up here, we would hang out either like on that day or around that day. We would go and do something just like her and I. She really wasn't that into celebrating her birthday for the past several years. She was just like, oh, whatever, I'm not doing anything. Like, okay, let's go here, let's go there. But we went last year to Taco Tuesday. Yeah, you're right about that, Taco Tuesday. She likes that. So we had Taco Tuesday, and we had happy hour and hung out. It was just like the two of us and had a good time. And then I think the year before that, I took her to the Orange County Fair. I said, I got an extra ticket. You want to go? So we went, and there was live music, and she was so into the music. She was like dancing, and she knew the band, and I didn't even know who these people were, but she did, and she was having a great time. And then the year before that, I took her to Brad Paisley and at the Irvine Amphitheater, and we had a great time there. And I don't know why I felt the need. I was like, we need to do this every year, and we did, but I didn't know that that was gonna like run out. I just thought like, oh, this is a cool tradition to do this. Lauren, the last time I did see Lauren was on my birthday party in August. She came to Cheesecake Factory in Sherman Oaks, where I was meeting up with some Valley people, because I live in Huntington Beach now. And she was there, and we had a great time. I was supposed to see her about a week before she passed. She was coming to an event that I had, a girls' night, on May 10th. And she called me like a week before, 2 weeks before I called her up. Are you coming? Yes, I'm coming. Yeah, I'll be there. Cool. Coming to the housewarming? Yeah, I might come. If I got this hula thing out of state. If I don't get that event, then I'm going to come. But long story short, I was supposed to see her on May 10th. I called her a week before, whirled the voicemail, didn't hear. I didn't think anything, because she's busy. I'm busy. No big deal. But turns out she was not with us. So very shocking to me. Didn't expect that. I was thinking that, I'd be like 80 years old and be like, hey, what's going on? Hey, let's go somewhere, I thought she was going to be one of the friends that I would continue with for the rest of my life. So when I heard the news, I was very shocked and just didn't know what to think. It's never happened to me before with a close friend passing, so very unexpected, very sad, and shocking, yes. Would you like to say something? This is my husband, Brett. No? You want to say anything? Okay. He has nothing to say. Okay. Well, I guess that's all I have to say. I guess we all love Lauren, and she was a very great person. She was involved in a lot of outreach programs like helping children and the Esplanade and the I Love You group, and she just did a lot for other people. And she was a friend that I could call up whenever, even if it had been a few months, and didn't talk to her, call her up, hey, and she'd be there. So I really value her friendship, and I'll really miss her very much. That's it. Okay. Love you, Lauren.
Thank you. I think I saw a picture of Lauren on a trapeze. What's that all about? I didn't know. I mean, we got to add trapeze artists to the list. I mean, juggling. We have a slideshow that I think she's going to bring over to you. See if you could play that for us. Thank you. So trapeze artist. And then I look at and I see the pictures of that amazing house that you guys have that Lauren lived at over there. Maybe that's why she was in such amazing shape too, besides all the running, because that house is very tall. Have you ever counted the stairs in there? I don't know if you guys have ever got to hang out with Lauren's house in Torrance, but it was a workout to get from the bottom floor all the way up to the top floor in there. And I did count the stairs one time, 7,396 stairs to get from that bottom floor up to the top. So that might be part of the reason. So, no, we're still talking. So I'm just hogging the mic. But can I get you up right now, Kara? Thank you. What's that? Bring it down.
Yeah. I actually know how.
I'm shirking on my duty.
I've used one of these a time or two. That is a bright light. Ooh. Speaking of bright lights, that's like the first thing I can think of. I mean, it's the first thing I think of when Lauren is just light. It's just light, just beautiful, colorful, dramatic, gorgeous lights everywhere with joy and happiness. And like everyone said, there's just never a word, never a negative word. I don't think I've ever heard her utter a negative word. It's just always like, yeah, what's that? And the focus, just right in your eyes, just like ask you a question and what are you gonna tell me? You know, just fully engaged. I wish I had that quality. I'm like 18 things in my head. You know, I'm trying to listen and trying to absorb what you're saying, but I felt like she heard everything I said, you know. I know Lauren through the community. I don't remember the first time I met her. I don't remember when it was. It was a few years ago, at least. Could have been 4, 5, I don't know. Her hula hooping at Adam Malavani's Sunset Vibes just added so much to the event, you know. And everywhere she went, she just added so much. Love. You just feel it. You could just feel it coming off of her like an energy. And it was awesome. I always just walked away kind of scratching my head like, how does she do that? I mean, I'm a positive person. I try to be a positive person, but I got all kinds of stuff in my head that you know, I'm thinking about and worrying about, and she was just always so present and so positive. I'm gonna miss her a lot. I know we all are, and I feel her presence in this room. I feel her presence in this town, like still, and I think we always will. Your speech has just been so beautiful, and I've learned so much about her. You're such an eloquent speaker. And Chris, my God, what an amazing speech that was. Everyone that's been up here, thank you for sharing, because it helped me to learn even more about Lauren. Just want to say thank you to a few people about this day. Danny and Larry from Colorado that own Saint Rocke now have offered this space for us to have this gathering. And I just want to thank them so much. They coordinated with Michelle, the general manager here, who couldn't be with us today. She's not feeling well. But they all got together and planned for this to happen here so that we would have a place to gather, that we could have music and celebration for Lauren. So thank you, Danny, Larry, and Michelle for that. Russ Gilbert and Sarah Gilbert. Russ is like the techno king of the nation. He's the one who does every live stream, anything electronic, technological, streaming. I don't even know how to say the words that he represents, but he puts together all of that. D'Angelo as well. D'Angelo put together a lot of the slideshow presentation stuff and the video stuff. And I want to thank both of them for that. Sarah has created an incredible spread of food. I mean, good food. And it's all along that wall. Just beautiful food all the way down the wall back toward the front door. Make sure you have some. Thank you, Sarah. And she had like 4 or 5 women in her house this morning, all helping put it together. It was amazing. Thank you for that. Snow and Miko and Jules all got together to do some decorations here, putting flowers and stuff, trying to make a bar look a little prettier for this event. And I want to thank also Xavier in the sound booth. Xavier is doing the music today and heading up the projector and taking care of everybody's needs musically. And having said that, the musicians themselves that are coming today to perform for you guys, just playing and pouring their love out for Lauren through their gifts and their talents with music. And that's so important. So I feel the outpouring of love, and every time I was with her, I felt her outpouring of love. So I hope that we can all continue to share that with each other and keep her alive in the South Bay, where she lit the place up all the time. My name's Kara. If you need anything, I'm subbing for Michelle. If you need anything at all, please come to me. Thanks, guys.
Hello, my name is Cassie. I met Lauren at Pepperdine, and we didn't have any classes there. We didn't live together. I just met her, and I knew immediately this amazing energy coming off of her that I wanted to be her friend. And she made that so easy. There was something about her that when you instantly met her, she could have something in common with you, and she could talk to you and pull you in and make you feel at ease. And you know, so that's been 20 plus years. And when you keep going with her and you keep saying she's up for anything, and that was one of the great things that we had together, that you would be ready to do this and she'd jump right in. And she'd want to do it all with you. And she's like, okay, let's go. And she'd dive in with full gusto. And I love, Gary, what you said about the painting, because there were 0 dark spots in her painting that at least that I could never see. She took the hardest times and always looked on the bright side. And that's something I've taken away throughout my entire life. I always see the good and something that didn't quite work out like you wanted it to, or something that didn't feel this way, but then she would show me how to make it better. But more than a painting, more than a color or an experience, Lauren vibrated. Lauren vibrated so much energy that I've never met anyone else who can vibrate to Led Zeppelin, to Journey, to Rush, to America, to Pink Floyd, to Cher, to Dave Matthews Band. And one of the best memories, just like probably everyone in here, we all have a song or a band or something that we did with Lauren that just made the world catch on fire that night. You know, how Gary and Nancy took Lauren and I to see Cher for her going away tour. It did not go away. And it was one of the best nights of my life. And I learned so much more about music that I would never have ever known. And to this day, because of her, I'm a diehard Led Zeppelin fan. So when she vibrated, she didn't live life. She walked into the room and she was an energy that you couldn't ignore. And I love that about her. And even though, you know, life pulls you in different directions, and the memories I had, I was probably one of the main reasons she moved to the South Bay. I transferred and I moved to Manhattan Beach, and I called her up saying, hey, I just moved to Manhattan. You know, you want to come hang out? And she goes, hey, I know another guy down there. Let's just go hang out and find out. And then we ended up playing football. And then this small girl tackled me at flag football on the beach, and we became best friends. And we never left the party, and we kept roller skating and skateboarding and just living life, vibrating with fun and laughter and smiles. And my God, she had a good smile. How does she keep her teeth so white? I love, you know, I love her, and I didn't get to see her enough. And so I hope that, you know, we have the great bands coming up tonight, but whenever I hear a certain song, I think of Lauren always. So I hope, and I'm sad, I'm really confused, and I'm sad that she's gone. But the best part is that I hear her in Led Zeppelin, and I see her dancing and rocking out and her hair flying, and I love it. I see her in America, and, you know, and I hear her singing to Journey. You see her rocking with everything. So I hope thank you. It's heartwarming to see so many people that loved her as much as I did. And you have so many great memories, so just keep rocking on with her.
Like that? All right. Hello, my name's Jesus, but I have a different name. It's South Bay Santa. And for over a decade, Lauren was one of my elves. And Lauren doesn't do anything short. She goes all out. She showed up, complete outfit, every year. She would call me. I would give out names about Thanksgiving. She would contact me in October. Who am I going to help? Who am I going to buy for? She'd come in and wrap gifts. She'd set up. She'd take down. And every year she goes, I can't miss. I have to go deliver. And over the last 3 years, most people don't know that between our party of wrapping and delivering, there's about 3 days. And it's a hard 3 days of putting everything together. About 3 years ago, Lauren asked, is there anything else I can do? I'm like, yeah, help me with this part. And this past year, we spent 5 hours, a couple of days before Christmas, 4 Targets, a couple other stores, looking for the perfect gift. And she brought so much energy in doing it. I contacted Wilmington. Most of our families are from that community. I contacted our coordinator out there and let her know that we lost an elf. To her parents, I was asked to give a message that the families of that community, the children we sat with on Christmas, the parents who had a time in their life they were struggling, will never forget the beautiful elf, the beautiful angel that came and sat with their children, and neither will their children. So thank you very much.
Hi guys, I'm Tiffany Myers. Everybody's speeches have been so beautiful tonight. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll make it really quick. I've known Lauren for about, 8 to 10 years when I moved here from Alabama. And like everyone else has said, she was just so easy to befriend. She immediately would come up to you and like, hey, what are you doing? Let's go dance. I'm like, okay, let's go. Like, I don't know you, but you sound like a great person. So we would go dance and we'd have fun. And she was immediately a very good friend of mine. We would go to Dave Matthews Band concerts. She and I drove down to Irvine before they changed the venue. And I remember she was so cute. She had this little skirt on, she had her Uggs, and she had her hat, and she was driving like a bat out of hell to get down to Dave Matthews. And we were at this concert, and that was the year that her apartment had gotten broken into. I know a lot of you remember that. And she got this text, we were at the concert, and she's like, oh my gosh, we have to go home right now. My apartment just got broken into. I have to go home. And she's like, no, you know what? Screw that. We're going to party. Like, all right. And that's Lauren. I was like, yes, we don't have to leave the concert. She wants to party. She's like, I'll deal with that crap later. And we did. We had a great time at the concert. We stayed the entire time, and then we went back to her place, and she dealt with the break-in. It was so funny. I was like, are you sure you don't want to go home? She's like, nah, we'll just party. Let's listen to Dave. Let's have fun. Let's go get another drink. And that was Lauren, and I will always remember that. That was one of the best nights I had with her. She was the epitome of fun and beauty, and loved everyone, loved everything. Just a wonderful person. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. And I can't remember, were you her stunt double or was Lauren your stunt double? Okay, I had a feeling, so. Miss Claudia Berman.
Thank you, Joel.
I do have a request from our wonderful sound wizard. If we can get nice and close to the mic, too. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I told myself I wasn't going to cry at the beginning. So like Chris spelled out Grace, I'm going to spell out Lauren Phillips. I wrote a poem. I have not written a poem since I was 15, so bear with me. So again, Lauren Phillips. Lover of life, aura of gold shining with positivity, unique gem on earth, releasing her radiance to the universe. Energy abounds. Never will I forget the wonderful spirit that is Lauren. Pivotal to our epic Bill Maher extravaganzas, hooping happily through our moments together. Intelligent conversations about politics, religion, and relationships. Las Vegas road trips to visit the GOAT. By the way, Joel is the GOAT. Lighting up dance floors, inspiring 4th of Julys. Precious years of friendship ending much too soon. Soul I will miss.
Great poem, Claudia. As you guys know, we've suffered a tremendous amount of loss. I also have suffered some personal loss in terms of having a stroke, and I want to talk about two things about Lauren. I remember the first day I met Lauren. It was a party at my house, and Nigel, Cassie, they were all there. What I remember about that party was Lauren was full of energy, and she came and she danced, and the two things I want us to remember about Lauren is this Lauren truly wanted the best for everyone around her. And I can remember, I think it was like 2007, my friend Stevie's here, and the day they met, we ended up at her apartment in North Manhattan talking about how much she loved music. And as everyone here knows, she loved music. I'm the person that introduced her to the South Bay music scene when all of her friends who are here tonight, they were moving on with their lives. And the things we can remember is we can be more like Lauren. We can want the best for everyone around us. And she truly, truly wanted the best for everyone in her circle. I know this because she ended up dating one of my good friends, Devo. She's good friends with Joel and Claudia. She really wished the best for everybody. And that's why we're all rich with her presence, and we're all rich with her friendship. Another way we can honor Lauren is if there's ever a time in your life, Lauren has gone to so many musical performances that I've been a part of, and oftentimes she would be the only one dancing, and she would, whether it was hula hooping or just having a good time. We can honor her because if you ever feel like dancing, just get up and dance. You will not regret it. You will absolutely not regret the good time you will have from that. And I know from being her friend for so many years and being involved with all of you guys, Lauren really did want the best for each and every one of you. And that is something that you can't teach, but it's something we can all strive to be like. We can all strive to want the best for people around us. And if you ever have that doubt in your mind, if you want to dance, just shut up and dance. Just get up and dance. So, Lauren, we're going to dance for you tonight.
Thank you, Al. Who's coming up next? Ash?
I actually knew Lauren the least out of anyone on the stage, so it's a true testament of how much impact she can leave on your life in a really short amount of time. I knew her through the scene, obviously, music, Adam's Silent Disco. She was just such a radiant source of energy and love that I'll never forget her. And like Claudia, I think I wrote my last poem when I was 6, and all of them started with roses are red, so this is the first one that hasn't. 2 a.m. one night, I just was crying my eyes out, and this came to me, and again, it's a testament to what Lauren's impact on us is. You came into our lives a ball of energy, a ray of light. You made us all better people and lit the world more bright. The hoop was your thing, twirling that glowing ring. You mesmerized, you hypnotized, always energized. Dave Matthews said, under the weight of life, things seem brighter on the other side. You liked his joyride, Stevie's landslide, and Rush's red tide. We play these songs in tribute, laying broken and teary-eyed. We can all say we wish we knew you even more. You spoke so fast, thought even faster. It's like your mind was a bookstore. A legend among us, South Bay wasn't enough, so you made LA your dance floor. You left us so soon, so unexpectedly. We've cried alone and cried collectively. Time will be the healer, but it'll never be the same. We've lost your presence, but your spirit we've gained. And truly, thank you. Every time I dance a little harder for Lauren now. So thank you, Lauren. Thank you, everyone.
I had no plans to do this, but here goes. My name is Chris, and I knew Lauren for about 13, 14 years. I'm one of her music friends. We met about 2009, 2010 at a show of a Pink Floyd tribute band that we're all friends with called Which One's Pink. And she was just, I'll never forget meeting her. She was just this, it's like everybody said, just a bright light in the room. And for me personally, it was great because there weren't that many really beautiful girls under 30 who were Pink Floyd fans. So I was like, okay. But over the years, we went to many, many concerts together, most of them Which One's Pink shows, but one of the best experiences I had with her was getting to see Rush. It was Rush's second to last show, and that was one of the bands that she loved just as much as Pink Floyd. And I just remember on our car trips going, to and from all these shows together, I would put on Pandora, and we would listen to some music, and she would be like, oh, that's really good, I like that. And I would say, okay, well, if you like that, there's this other band that you probably like, and okay, I'm gonna check that out. And it just speaks to, one of the things I'm gonna remember most about Lauren is she never wanted to stop learning. She just wanted to keep learning about new things. And a lot of people, when they, if they don't know a certain song, they're like, skip that. I don't know that. She always wanted to hear something new. She never got tired of that. And so we had so many great moments together at shows. And ironically, the band that brought us together, Which One's Pink, is going to be performing right here on this stage on her birthday. And so that's going to be a rough one to get through, but whenever I go to a show anymore, especially here in the South Bay, Lauren's always going to be with me. Love you, girl.
I did get to go to a couple pretty fun shows with Lauren. Most recently, we went to go see, what was it? I think August 31st. AHA at the Hollywood Bowl. And it's hard to believe, but we almost got kicked out of that concert. Yeah, really. So, but I told Lauren was coming. I'm like, nobody else wants to go see these guys. You know, they're kind of a one-hit wonder, but I love them. They're like a guilty pleasure band for me. I'm like, I know all their songs. You know, it's like they're gonna do most of the first record, so I'm like, you should just listen to that, and you'll know about 75% of the set. So she actually did. She listened to it. She knew all the tunes. She even picked out which one was my favorite and stuff. So, but what was cool at this particular show at the Hollywood Bowl was they had the 90-piece Hollywood Bowl Orchestra opened up and played with the band. But while the orchestra was playing, Lauren was kind of making a bunch of friends around us, which is what she does because she's a very friendly person. And so they did come over once or twice and ask us to keep it down a little bit, you guys here. So we did almost get kicked out of a show. But, you know, she had lots of musical friends, but everybody can't be a musician. There has to be some people that actually listen to the music and do that. And that's one of the beautiful things about Lauren, too. Like, this past weekend, when we played with Jeremy, it was just bizarre not to see her out there, you know. And so that's something that we're all of our musician friends are going to be really going through that. It's been a tough month. It's been a really tough month for us out here. But, you know, we miss her. We miss her. So who else can get up? Right here, this gentleman in the lovely blue shirt.
Hi, I'm Jeff Ginsburg, and this is Joan Irvine. We're both on Keep Esplanade Beautiful, and Lauren joined, helped us out with our project. It's been all about keeping Esplanade beautiful, and she wanted to get involved, and she jumped in, and she became the secretary, and then she did all the social media contact and all that, and it was just so wonderful how excited she was about it. And I mean, I didn't know her at all, and she just like, I want to get involved. And she got out there, and she was, and we clean up things along the Esplanade and all that, but it was just, she came out of the blue and just was totally excited and positive, and so it's been a great experience. And then my wife got to meet her and everything, and they both ended up actually having COVID this last year on 4th of July, and I run the Keep the Esplanade Beautiful, the 4th of July on Avenue I, so they couldn't come, but on the top of their roof decks, my wife and her were talking on their phones, and Lauren was there with her hula hoop and doing all that up on her roof deck, and my wife was on the phone like, yeah, that looks great. And so she actually taught my wife a little bit how to do the hula, which was pretty awesome. So it was a great experience, getting to know Lauren, and very, very sad that we've lost her. But I know she's up there and making things good for us. Today, she brought the sun out right before our gathering today, and that's all Lauren. I know that. So we know that, right? So, but anyhow, I just wanted to come up and mention a few words about how she really helped us out with Keep Esplanade Beautiful, and we're trying to get the 4th of July and Avenue I all set up, which she was working with us too on. So just to let you know.
Joan Irvine, I started Keep the Esplanade Beautiful, and when Lauren came on board as secretary, it just changed the dynamics, and she was absolutely fantastic. You were talking about her energy. The last time I saw her, I think Max 80 was playing at HT Grill, and I hate to say I was there with a boot on and a walker, and I was at a table, and all of a sudden she comes running up to me and she goes, hi, let's go dance. And I'm going, well, I can't quite dance today. But she was that person that loved to dance, and the energy everybody is talking about, she had it, and she gave it all to us. And we at Keep the Esplanade Beautiful were very fortunate to have her time and what she did for us. So thank you, Lauren. Thank you for the great job you did as parents.
Everybody say hi to Joanna.
Hi. Okay. I didn't prepare anything to say because I write better than I speak. I met Lauren maybe 15, 17 years ago. I know she meant so much to all of us in this room, and I have only good memories. I have a really bad memory in terms of certain conversations, but it's more how she affected my heart and my sense of our friendship. And I'm just really grateful for the years of friendship and my sense of closeness. And she was one of the few people that I know I could completely be myself, and we had so much fun. I know she gave so much joy to everybody. So it's no bigger than anyone else's. I just don't know any other way to grieve. But I know that I love dancing, and so did she, and so that was one of the things we would bond over. And I learned how to spin poi maybe 8 years ago, in 2008. So when she started spinning hoop, we would geek out on flow arts. I'd go to her balcony, and I'd be with my poi, and she'd be with her hoops. And I knew if I wanted to go dancing, she was always up for it. I couldn't keep up with her intellectually, but emotionally, she was always there. She showed up. She'd listen without judgment, and was incredibly supportive and great sense of humor and wacky and fun. And I'm just gonna miss her. I miss her like crazy. So I know all of us will, and I know she's gonna completely live on in our joy and our music and how much she taught us and inspired us and has still, I feel like she's here. I know she's here. So yeah, I didn't prepare anything, just that I'm gonna see her on the dance floor. I'm gonna dance with her on the dance floor, and I talk to her in my mind. She's still here. I imagine what she'd say, and yeah, she was a huge bright light in my mind. I hear her voice, and I see her eyes and her shining skin, and gosh, she was just a person to live up to, and I'm so grateful for that friendship. I'm honored, so honored. So. Yeah, that's all I got. Yeah.
Thank you, Joanna. So we got, just anybody else that wants to come speak, this is a good time to do it. So pretty soon we got Mr. Deeps coming up on the drums, but there was one show that we did here with me and Mr. Deebs as an entity called Boom's Farm, where it's dance music with drums that we did on this very stage with our crazy costumes. And our stars of the shows were Joanna and Lauren up here just tearing this. Nobody was looking at us. They were watching these guys. That was pretty cool. So, and we are going to have a little video show right now. We're ready to get it started, right? Okay. Awesome, thank you. Anybody else want to come up and speak? We could probably get you up later too if you get some courage going on, so thank you.
This right here. die for dough. Notorious, they got to know that life ain't always what it seemed to be. Words can't express what you mean to me. Even though you're gone, we still a team. Through your family, I'll fulfill your dreams. In the future, can't wait to see if you open up the gates for me. Reminisce sometime. The night they took my friend. Try to black it out, but it plays again. When it's real, feeling's hard to conceal. Can't imagine all the pain I feel. Give anything to hear half your breath. I know you're still living your life after death. Us while we pray for you. Every day we pray for you. Till the day we meet again. In my heart is where I keep you, friend. Memories give me the strength I need to proceed. Strength I need to believe. My thoughts big, I just can't define. Wish I could turn back the hands of time. Us in the six, shop for new clothes and kicks. You and me taking flicks, making hits, stages they receive you on. Still can't believe you're gone. Give anything to hear half your breath. I know you're still living your life after death.
What's up, everybody? I'm Debo Drums. I dated Lauren Phillips for over 10 years. We were very close, and this really sucks. That's what happened. I'm a drummer, and she loved drummers and drums. The first time I ever saw Lauren Phillips was in this room. She walked in with Albert Kim, and she had her little fedora on, and she immediately started dancing here, and I thought she was the prettiest girl I had ever seen in my life. She was beautiful and energetic. And I met her, we hung out. I have to admit, she was a little much for me. She was very intelligent. And I'm a man of few words. I didn't graduate from college. I just like to hit stuff. But she pursued me rigorously. And we were at a Jeremy Buck show one time, and we went on a party bus, and we got a little tipsy, and we danced the whole way home. And since then, she was even more intense about hanging out with me. And finally I was like, all right, I gave in. And I love her for it. I thank Al for introducing us. You know, she is such a wonderful person, and she taught me so much about empathy and being kind to others, and I truly appreciate that. I was recently sick. I have MS, and I had a really bad relapse in August, and she was so supportive. I mean, we had been broken up for 2 years, but she texted me and she called me a warrior, and she helped me heal and become stronger. And I love her so much. I'm gonna miss texting her and talking to her and calling her and just hearing her, you know, give me positive reinforcement. I made this awesome video of her hula hooping. I used to video her at her house, but sadly, we don't have the video right now. It didn't all work out, but hopefully it's gonna come and they're gonna play it. Oh, you got my hard drive? I still need to get the hard drive from my backpack. Anyways, I do a DJ drum show. Just last night, I played at the Palos Verdes Peninsula High prom at the observatory, and I had drummers and I DJ. Lauren always supported me in that, and I have a funny picture on the slideshow too of her watching me while these go-go dancers are dancing. But anyways, I'm gonna play you a DJ drum set. I have my other drummers here to join me. So, you know, like a 20-minute set, and then maybe Angela will do one if we have enough time, depending on everything. She's also an amazing drummer. So we're just gonna go for it, okay? All right, thank you, and God bless Lauren. God bless all of you for coming and supporting her.
Thanks, Debo. Hey, real quick, you guys check your pockets. Did you lose a key? Did you lose a key? We have a winner. Hey guys, it might get a little loud in here. We have earplugs. Come and see me. We have earplugs. They're going to be sitting right here in front of the stage. So without any further ado, please welcome DJ Debo Drums and the DJ Drum Experience.
Bring up the monitors. Stage monitors up, please. Thank you.
So leave with me again. You got all my love to spend.
of them is giving up and giving in, tell me, in this house of mine. Nothing ever comes without a consequence and cost, tell me, will the stars align? Will heaven step in, will it save us from our sin, will it? Cause this house of mine stands strong. That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. And you're standing on the edge, face up, cause you're a natural. I'm bleeding out of stone. You gotta be so cold to make it this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life control. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Will somebody let me see the light within the dark trees shadowing what's happening? Looking through the glass, found the wrong within the past, knowing we are caught until we inside a world without the peace, facing a bit of the truth. That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. And you're standing on the edge, face up, cause you're a natural. I'm bleeding out of stone. You gotta be so cold to make it this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life control. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a stuck in a limbo, half hypnotized. Each time I let you stay the night, stay the night. Up in the morning, tangled in sheets. We play the moment on repeat, on repeat. And you're standing there in your underwear, in my t-shirt from the night before. With your messed up hair and your feet still bare, would you mind closing the bedroom door? No need to question. Next time we meet, I know you're coming home with me, home with me. Sweat like a sauna, break out the ice. I know you're gonna stay the night, stay the night. When you're standing there in your underwear, in my t-shirt from the night before. With your messed up hair and your feet still bare, would you mind closing the bedroom door?
hearts conceal. Can't imagine all the pain I feel. You ain't been here half the breath. I know you still living your life.
find them. I've got no. This for everybody going through tough times. Believe me, been there, done that. But every day above ground is a great day. Remember that. I got a feeling that tonight.
Turn it up. She's about to go.
Good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be.
So we're the DJ Drum Experience, and Angela played last night, and she's playing right now. Angela Piazza.
creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal.
jokes. Then the sun died, and let it young though. Diamonds still shine, in a rough rough. Where the love go? Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, where the one go? This is the show, put your front row. Talking shawty show, that's a tongue show. Party over, go, in a bump, diamonds still mine, in a rough row. Put the gun aside, put the phone. I sleep with the girl, when she goes slow. Where the love go? Where the love go? Trade the ski mask, put them on so. It's a blood bath, where the suns go. Tears don't straight back, you remember. If she's empty, in the drugstore. If she's simply, double black toast. Got a good soul, pull her windows. Where the love go? Let the uproar. Where the love go? Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go. Where the love go? I don't pop them. Aim it at the head, like a buffalo. Where the love go? I don't pop them. Aim
that was a mix for the younger generation, but I just wanted to show off Angela's amazing drum skills. It's not easy playing for 20 minutes straight. So thank you for listening. We're the DJ Drum Experience. I'm Debo. We love you, Lauren Phillips. We will miss you dearly. And now we'll bring up the real musicians, the guys that play strings and keys and things like that, sing. Yeah, they won't be hitting stuff as much. But Angela's gonna play with them, and I'm gonna play with the musicians as well. Stick around.
All right, everybody. I wasn't expecting to speak today, but Lauren was a fixture at every single one of our shows. Everybody on the stage and several people in the audience it feels strange now to do a gig and not have Lauren there. She's over hooping in the corner or just comes and says hello. She's just the ultimate music cheerleader in the South Bay. So, you know, we all got together. We picked a number of her favorite songs and favorite bands to play tonight. One of them is the Eagles. And so we're going to start a song with all of us singing. If you happen to know the words to this one, please sing along with it. It definitely benefits from crowd participation. So thanks, everybody. And let's get started, Bill. Thank you, everybody, and thanks, Lauren.
I don't need it on this.
Guys, that was the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. that song with everybody up here, I'm just like my trembling, my whole body. I've lost my voice. I couldn't even talk for like about 12 days. So I had to choose a song that was really low, and I hope I make it through it. But this one is for Lauren. Everything is for Lauren. And I mean, I just want to put it out there that this is also for Kevin Sousa and Greg Plant and Antonio Velez, the cook from Pitcher House, and Harry, the volleyball guy that was the first one to go. I swear we've had 5 or 6 deaths in a couple of months, and it's just been a really hard time. Thank you all for being here to celebrate the lives of these amazing people. Ryan Krieger too, man. So many sad. Julian Stefani, Ryan Krieger, Greg Plant, Harry, I don't know his last name, Lauren Phillips, Kevin Sousa, and Antonio Velez. It's like 6 people from the South Bay within the first couple of months of this year. I've never felt more blessed in my life or more surrounded by a community and a family in my life than I do in this town with every single one of you in this room. And I tell you what, I don't care about the cost of living or whatever else. I don't want to move away from here because I could never be without you people. This is the strongest family of love I've ever seen in my entire life, and thank you for being that for all of us. It's Cartwright, Harry Cartwright. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here love you and I miss you. We all do. And I feel your presence. Thank you for being the beautiful, shining light of the South Bay. Thank you, guys.
Lovely. That was Kara Turner, everybody. Give it up for Kara Turner. We love you, Lauren. Next up, another dear member of the South Bay musical family. We have Miss Sarah D coming up. Welcome, Sarah D.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah D. Lauren Hill. Lauren was such a dear friend of mine. I only heard somebody bring this up one time, very briefly. So we have something to add to the list. We have something to add to the list. If you have not had the pleasure of roller skating with Lauren Phillips, Lauren was such a good friend when I moved out of South Bay. She still came to my birthday parties. We had a party in a house with a low roof. Lauren, I don't know that she knew anybody at that party, but she walked in, had her hula hoops, just went into the middle of the party. There was a live band, and she started hula hooping. And so I invited her to another birthday, and I said, we're going roller skating. And not Lauren showing up having all kinds of skate moves. I was like, how is she? You know how Lauren could just like move and do it all. And we were like, is she gonna land it? And she would land everything. She could do the twirls and I was like, this girl, I cannot keep up. Yeah, so it's an honor. Thank you to Snow and Russ and everybody who put this together. Lauren was so supportive of everybody. She made me feel so special, and I know that I'm not. I know that she made everybody feel that way, and it just shows how incredibly special she was. So I think I'm going to be able to get through this, but if I don't feel like you have to be quiet through this song. You can.
My love, and I took it down. Climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills. The landslide brought down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is it? Can the child of my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tide? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older. I'm getting older too. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older. I'm getting older too. Yeah. Took my took it down. Climbed the mountain and I turned around. If you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, the landslide will bring it down. Yeah, if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, maybe. If you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, the landslide will bring it down. The landslide will bring it down. We love you, Lauren, so much. Thank you.
So glad to see all you guys sticking around here. We got plenty more cool music coming up. So I don't know if you guys have had a chance yet, but we've had a request from the parentals. There is a book over here that we would like all of you guys to sign and leave a little remembrance for Lauren if you could. So please, before you guys take off, make sure you hit up this little book over here. Thank you.
Yes, Saint Rocke. You know what I see around here? I see a lot of fucking beautiful people. And I see a lot of fucking amazing musicians and the community that supports that musicians that makes this the best place ever. And you know what? Lauren would be proud of that because that is who she was, man. She supported every single live music event. She was always there, hanging out, dancing, hula hooping in some crazy style I can't even comprehend. And this one goes out to her, man. We love you, Lauren. Thank you so much. Gotta get myself some space, you know?
Listen to the wind blow, down comes the lights. Running in the shadows, damn your hood, damn your lights. If you don't love me again, so still you saying you'll never break the chain. If you don't love me now, you'll never love me again. I can still hear you saying you'll never break the chain. Listen to the wind blows, down comes the night. Running in the shadows, damn your hood, damn your light. Break the silence, damn the dark, damn the lights. If you don't love me now, you'll never love me again. I can still hear you saying you'll never break the chain. If you don't love me now, you'll never love me again. I can still hear you saying never break the chain.
love you, Lauren. Thank you for the memories. Your energy will live on forever.
Give it up for Adam Lawson, everybody. He's going to run to Tower 12 right now and do his other gig.
I'm Antoinette. Love Lauren. Like the energy when she entered the room was kind of incredible. When I saw Amanda doing the lights and the, holy cow, I'm not going to see a hula hoop ever the same again, right? So, such a wonderful,
Check. 1, 2.
wonderful
Thank you,
energy,
thank you.
positive spirit. We're going to miss her. I love that we're singing her favorite music here.
Phil Clark on the sax.
If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea, there would still be you and me. So today, my world it smiles. Your hand in mine, we walk the miles. And thanks to you, it will be done. For you to me, you're the only one. If the sun refused to shine, well, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble into the sea, there would still be you and me.
So when we shared the set list for this with Chris, he said, "Hey, can you do some Moody Blues?" And you're about to find out with us if we can, because this is not a trivial song, and we've never done it before. So help us answer this question real quick.
Of course, it would be a 12-string song. If you don't mind that part. Yes, it was a special request. We put it together. I saw Lauren dancing to another Moody Blues song. And this is less of a classic, but still got some specialness to it. So hope you enjoy it. This one's called Question. Be loud.
Not the way that you say it when you do those things to me. It's more the way that you mean it when you tell me what will be. When you stop and think about it, you won't believe it's true. It's all the love that you've been given was all meant for you, Lauren. I'm looking for someone to change my life. I'm looking for a miracle in my life. And if you could see what it's done to me, lose the love I knew, you sneak safely through. Between the silence of the mountains and the crashing of the sea, there lies a land I once lived in, and she's waiting there for me. But in the gray of the morning, my mind becomes confused between the dead and the sleeping and the road that I must choose. I'm looking for someone to change my life. I'm looking for a miracle in my life. And if you could see what it's done to me, lose the one you love. me, Lauren. Request by Chris right there.
How about for Bill Higgins and everybody up here on that one? Get up for Rich Kaler on the drums, everybody. Stepping in last minute. Rusty Walters. Angela was on the percussion on that one. And Russ Gilbert, everybody, for putting this whole thing together give up for Russ Gilbert. He's wearing many hats tonight and he's juggling a lot. My name's Barkley Roach, if you don't know me. South Bay local, been here since I was 5 years old. I went to kindergarten. I went to first grade with Chris Hanna. I've known all you motherfuckers probably in one way or another. And I met Lauren Phillips along the way, and such a champion of the music. And she took me along for the ride. She introduced me to a lot of the musicians in the South Bay, including Al Kim and our dearly departed Ryan Krieger. She introduced me to Jeremy Buck. We love you, Lauren. And she took me to see Fleetwood Mac. She took me to see solo Lindsey Buckingham. And I just love you. I love you, Lauren. We all do. We talked a lot about music. And one of our favorite musicians that we all stuck to was the Boss. So we're going to do a song by Bruce Springsteen right now for you. Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Tell me now, baby, is he good to you? And can he do you the thing that I do? Oh, no. Well, I can take you high. Oh, I'm on fire. Sometime I like someone took a knife, baby, and you know, cut a 6-inch drive through the middle of my skull. And I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head on you to cool my desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. Russ, take a solo, my friend. right, thank you. Give some love for Al Kim for being here, everybody. We love you, Al Kim. Great friend. Been Al Kim for years. And where were you when I was lost and I was helpless? 'Cause the things you say and the things you do surround me, while you were handing yourself on someone else's words, dying to believe in what you were. I was staring straight into the shining
again. Realize I need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain you are receiving. The distant ship smoke on the horizon. You're only coming through in rain. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you say. When I was a child, I had a fear. My hands felt just like two balloons. Now I've got the feeling once again. I can't explain, you would not understand. This is not how I am. And I have become comfortably numb. Have become comfortably numb. Just a little pinprick. There'll be no. You may feel a little sick. Can you stand up? I do believe it's working good. That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain you are receiving. A distant ship smoke on the horizon. You're only coming through in rain. Your lips move.
so much. Thank you guys. Love Lauren.
Scotty Golden, everybody. Al Kidd.
Barkley Roach, everybody. Russ Gilton.
Rich Kid.
So, Scott and I met Lauren at a party, and about 3 months after that, she invited Barkley over to our next party. A lot of us met her that way. Can I get Danny Armstrong to the stage, please?
And now for something totally different.
guys, we're running super late. If I can get Barley up to the stage super fast.
So Lauren was in this video that we filmed a while back. So grab a hula hoop. Southern California, sailing across the floor of my old van, tripping south to San Diego. With a couple of friends in the open road, a case of beer and a burning stove, singing songs about tomorrow. I still got nothing in the monitors, zero. And so I first met Lauren at a Jeremy Buck and the Bang show. And they banged it out, they were awesome. And then randomly I'm at Irvine at a Rush show. And walking down the parking lot, Lauren's like, Rieger! I'm like, why are you at a Rush show? And that's just, I got this shirt, she helped me pick it out. We went to like 6 Rush shows after that. And it was awesome. She was the best, including the last one. We saw the last Rush show before Neil, and you know, it's kind of crazy. So anyway, she's super special. We don't have the talent, from what the band tells me, to do a Rush song, so we're gonna leave that to WFTV. Actually, we're pretty good at it, but we decided to highlight them instead. But we're gonna do one of her favorites, so we'll see how it goes.
Waiting the word, gasping at glimpses of gentle truth. Spirit, he runs, rushing he could fly, only to trip at the sound of goodbye. Wordlessly watching, he waits by the window and wonders the empty place inside. Heartlessly helping himself to the bad dreams, he worries and he hear a goodbye, or even hello. They are one person, they are two, no, they are three together, they are for each other. Stand by the stairway, you'll see something certain to tell you. Confusion has its cause. Love is in lying, is loose in a lady who lingers, saying she is lost and choking on the low. They are one person, they are two, no, they are three together, they are for each other. Thank you.
Lauren was a big D&B fan. When we started playing this version of this song, so we figured it'd be appropriate.
There must be some way out of here. Said the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine. Plowmen, they dig my earth.
as Brent mentioned, there aren't very many bands in the South Bay who can play Rush like physically. And so we called the only ones that we knew. And so have WTFB come up here. We're going to play an abbreviated set because we're running super late. But they got a couple Rush songs for us and a few others that we think she'd like.
What is the world's shortest line? Anybody know the world's shortest line? The world's shortest line is the ladies' bathroom at a Rush concert. So, one of the rules is if you'd stay at my house in Las Vegas, you had to bring me a record. So last time that Deebs and Claudia and Lauren came up there, Deebs brought some Steely Dan. Lauren brought me Pink Floyd Metal and this lovely Rush Roll the Bones record. 200-gram audiophile vinyl. It sounded so amazing, I just had to go out and buy the rest of all the Rush records on the 200 audiophile-gram vinyl. But a female Rush fan is an extremely rare thing. I mean, it's like, if you have 10,000 people at a Rush concert, there's 3 women there. So for those of you guys wondering, and this is for you, Lauren, because I know you would love this, so. Rush, Roll the Bones was released on September 3rd, 1991. It marked a return to commercial success for the band, reaching number 3 in the US, their highest album since 1981, Moving Pictures. Number 10 in the UK, number 11 in Canada. The song Dreamline reached number 1. Rush. Put your hands together for the What the Fuck Band.
Thank you all so very much. I don't feel like I have a lot of words I can share right now that haven't been shared already, so we're just going to keep playing the music that Lauren loves. There is unrest in the forest, there is trouble with the trees, for the maples want for sunlight and out to lie through pastures green. He leadeth me to silent waters by, and with bright knives he relieveth my soul. He maketh me to hang on hooks in high places, and he converteth me to land covenants. For lo, he hath great power and great hunger. When cometh the day, we the lonely ones, through quiet reflection and great dedication, master the art of the ride. Lo, we shall rise up and make the buggers' eyes water.
Wow. Here we are today. The day that nobody thought would ever happen. It's just, all you can do is try to make the most out of something tragic like this. And it's just an honor to be in the presence of all of Lauren's beautiful friends and family here that came together for this. That is just, it's a testament to Lauren and the light that she shined on all of us. And it's amazing to meet her family here, her mother and father and her aunt. God bless you guys for bringing such an angel into our lives. And we're here whenever you need us. She, as you've witnessed today, her love went far and wide, and now you just adopted a lot of beautiful people here that are here at your service. Whenever you need us, please let us know. We got you. We got your back. I'm going to play a little song here that I wrote. Called All My Broken Pieces.
I don't know about love,
All right, this next song was, I believe, one of Lauren's favorites. And we're gonna let Mr. Joel Guy sing lead on this, so make sure this mic is up here. It's been a staple in our set for years. It's a little Pink Floyd. got lots of ghosts and goblins up here tonight. Having fun with us, but that's the way it is, right? Because guess what? The spirits are in the house tonight, and we welcome them because we love them, and we love all of you guys. Thank you so much. We're gonna do a song called "Just for One Night." It's one of ours. This is the album version. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you very much. I feel it fitting to do a bonsai! 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 It's just been amazing to see all the wonderful talent that's been on the stage tonight that came here that Lauren supported with all of her heart. I feel her presence right now, I really do. And And I know she's right now wearing one of my t-shirts because there was nobody in the history of the world that's ever bought more of my merch than Lauren and wore it. Bless her heart. Because she looked damn good in it too. Like, amazing. So we have a special guest in the house. We're gonna do a song that I know Lauren loved, and it's very rare that we get the chance to have him because he's so busy. He's all over the place, but he came in tonight because Lauren is a huge fan. I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Heath Francis. And we're gonna do a beautiful song that we're dedicating to Lauren here.
Love you, Lauren.
Look you in the eye, just like an angel. Skin makes me cry, float like a feather. Beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special, but I'm all over you. I'm all we know. What the hell I'm doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care. I wanna have control.
Keith Francis, everybody. Wow. Wow, that was amazing, brother. Thank you. We should probably play until they kick us out, right? That's what Lauren would want, right? Every day that a microphone melts in your hand.
But Heath was singing. What do you expect, right? That mic was hot. That was hot.
Russ Gilbert, everybody. Russ Gilbert.
Hey, give it up for Russ Gilbert for putting this, for working so hard to coordinate all this stuff. There's so many moving pieces. Russ, you're incredible. And your beautiful wife, Sarah, for the food tonight. That was home cooked. That was Sarah home cooked all those meals. 3 days she cooked that spread. And it was delicious. It was great. Sarah, where are you at? Where's Sarah? I'll be back in 10 minutes. This song's called Outside My Window. We got some gremlins up here tonight, these amps. It's Kevin and Brian, they're messing with us. There you go, alone, outside my window. I follow you from on outside my window. I've been watching alone. Now there you go, outside my window. I got my eye on you alone. I don't know just where I think I'll go. I might as well stay home now. I don't know just where I think I'll go. I might as well be alone tonight. Now there you go, outside the window. I've been waiting I don't know what to do. Outside my window, I got my eye on you. I don't know just where I think I'll go. I might as well stay home. I don't know just where I think I'll go. I might as well be alone tonight. Now where you go? What's in the window? I got my eye on you. Now you gone from my window. I don't know just where I think I'll go. I might as well stay home. I don't know just where I think I'll go. I might as well stay home tonight. Now where you go? What's out my window? I've been watching you. What you do? Outside my window, I got my eye on you. our song. All right, we got time for one more, and I'd love to bring up Russ Gilbert for this next song. My heart goes out to all of you, and thank you for being here for us too. It's been a give situation tonight with nothing but love in the room. And again, we got to give love to Lauren's family. This is just a tiny piece of the love that Lauren gave him, and we're so gracious for your gift to us. And we're with you. I mean that. We're with you anytime you need us. We're all here. There was like 300 people here today that are here for you guys. So just know that she'll live on. We're going to continue that flame that she created with her light. So this song's called Miss You. Couldn't think of a better song to finalize this night.
Banzai! Banzai!
Banzai!
I think it's only fitting that we conclude this solo section with my brother from another mother, the man who started it off tonight with Devo drums, who's still keeping the beat and holding us all together right now. Deeves, give us some funky shit right now. Get rid of that!
bless you, Lord. We love you. I'd like to invite Lauren's father up here real quick. Put your hands together.
Well, we are moved beyond words. It's something you should never lose. It's something that I have never felt before. You know, go forward. and all be bright lights. You're all part of the masterpiece. Be bright lights. Stay away from the dark. I can't say enough about what you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
And I'd just like to sing a song about Old MacDonald. No.
A 1 and a 2 and a. Thank you, Gary. Thanks, Gary, Nancy, and the whole family. We love you, Lauren. We miss you. We're never going to forget you.
Julesies, it's LP. It's about 10:45 on Monday. Hope I'm not calling you too late. I just wanted to touch base. We can talk tomorrow. As you know, I think I told you we're in for the 8th of April for real time. I'm so excited. I talked to Claudia yesterday. We're going to probably leave around 10 o'clock if that's cool, 10 a.m. because we got to be there early, like around 2:30 to get COVID swabbed, and I'll fill you in on the drill. But yeah, we'll talk soon and we'll plan it out. So hope everything is well with you, and I will see you hopefully soon, and we'll connect and talk about it later. All right, bye.
A Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Though his mind is not for rent, don't put him down as arrogant. His reserve a quiet defense, writing out the day's events. The river. What do you say about his company is what you say about society. Catch the mist, catch the myth, catch the mystery, catch the drift. The world is love and life are deep. Maybe as the skies are wide. Today's Tom Sawyer, he gets high on